Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Bryer Rail and Bryer Gaming. So it's Community Sunday, so let me know what you want me to do, and we will run those routes. So I'm going to start, because there's no one here, with some Southeastern, just do some journeys until votes come in on the poll, and we'll move forward from there. Just need to make some adjustments as it keeps forgetting to save them. Here we go. Right, so let's get cracking. Faversham to St Pancras. Hey Rogan, good evening, welcome to the stream. Right, unlock the doors. No, they're not opening. There we go. All active. Just need to turn on the DSD. Turn on our headlights. Right, it's just hiya Kaleidoscope. But you're both watching a film. Watch the film, don't worry about me. Right, so we've got a green signal there. Looks like everybody's just got off our train. But that's cool. Oh, we need to... There we go. We're now prepped. Ready to go. Right, let's lock the doors, get ourselves ready to go. Right, we're all ready to go off up to London. Take our DRA off. And away we go. So sorry I've not been on the last couple of days, guys. After the 6-hour marathon on Thursday, I lost my voice. So I wasn't really able to talk very well. So I've rested up, and I'm fit as a fiddle again now. So streaming next week is subject to change, though. It will be morning streams. But again, it depends on whether I'm late home from work or not, because I don't get in till like 3 or 4. So I know I've said I'll be on at about 10:30 most mornings for a couple of hours, but it does depend on work, especially with all the snow that there is at the moment knocking around. Alright, so I have left motion blur on this time. I know it gives us that funky stuff around the wheels, but it does just give you a better sense of speed as you're going along. So I have left that on, which is different compared to what I usually do. I normally turn it off. Right, a whistle board. Thanks to, yeah, it's good to be back. Apart from being stuck in that traffic earlier, I would have been on earlier. Oh, 12 car unit. So I did have an interesting conversation in another channel, in Wolfman's channel, yesterday with Matt Pedalston, the producer of the game. We were discussing this route, and apparently the patch solves a lot of the problems. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get that next week on console. I know the PC users are going to get it next week. Hopefully I'll go in early enough in the week for us to get it towards the end of the week for the weekend streams. Because there are some issues with tricky tunnels and the emergency brake kicking in. Right, so 4.5 miles now to Sittingbourne. Line speed should be increasing to 85. There we go. So the challenge is, well, running on DC with this Javelin is to actually keep it to timetable. Because one thing I have noticed is that it is quite hard to make sure you stay to what the times say, unless you drive it like you stole it. So we will attempt to drive it like we've stolen it. Rogan's always on time, bless him, but I think that's more to do with where he's from. Just slowly speeding a little bit there. There's no such thing as slowly speeding. You're speeding or speeding. Right, so we're 1.5 miles outside Sittingbourne now, so we will just slowly apply some brakes, as we don't want to go barrelling in. So we're looking good for time at the moment. Right, so again looking good for time, arriving on schedule. So we have got a 12 car unit, so we do need to go quite far up towards the London end of the platform. Oh, I do love a good clackety clack of a track joint. Yeah, I think we probably braked a little bit earlier than we should have done then. but that's on the money. So people getting on makes a change. Alright, nearly time to close the doors and crack on. Right, Rainham we go to now. So we're green signal now. Not going off towards Sheerness, I think that goes to that bit. Slightly in the wrong position then, that speed sign. Should have been just after that junction so that the driver coming off that junction knew what the speed was. Right, so we are flat out now towards Rainham. Just don't have the power on third rail to speed up to the line speed. Well, here we go, we're nearly at 70, which is our line speed for this section. Just dropping downhill now, so we need to watch that we don't exceed our speed limits. Like that. So we've got 3 miles to go and 3 minutes to do it in. Don't think we're going to be on time at Rainham personally. Hello Olaf, welcome to the stream. Nice to have you back. Just started off on Southeastern Highspeed, so if you want to throw a route or service or train into the hat, feel free, and I'll do that once we've done this run. Still yet to see flashing yellows on this route. I know they were introduced with this one, but yet to see them in operation. Yeah, there is flashing yellows on this route, but I've yet to see them because they only really apply to one section of track, which is the section, the 4 lines that we're on now. So, like I say, I've yet to find a scenario where they're where you get routed that one. Yeah, I've decided to just detach myself from the toxic forums at the moment. But have you noticed how quiet it's gone on those forums though? Right, we're coming in hot now to Rainham. Full service. Throw some sand down for good measure. Oh, the sand really kicked us in then. Yeah, it's gone phenomenally quiet on those forums. I can't believe the difference. Everybody's obviously enjoying the DLC, or they can't be bothered at moaning any longer. Right, so we're 30 seconds late now. Not much we can really do about that. We're struggling on the top end on the DC. Just don't have the legs on us. No, I didn't. I can't say I did, if I'm honest. Oh yeah, Synthetic Angel sometimes posts in Japanese, I think. Yeah. Like I said, I'm trying to keep myself to myself on those forums now. Just because they're a horribly toxic place. Christ, that 375 is loud. Right, let's lock the doors. Clear the brakes. Straight into notch 4. And away we go. Now we've got to get to Gillingham in 3 minutes and 50 seconds, and it's 3 miles away. So this is where the Javelin lets itself down at the moment. Yeah, they made a big song and dance about putting flashing yellows in this Olaf, but yeah, like I say, I've not seen any yet. I'm guessing it's if you're on a freight service or something, going round on the classic lines. So a nice 12 car set for this service. But again, it just doesn't feel like it has the legs. It feels exactly the same as a TGV 12 car, or 20 cars should I say. And that really struggles to hit the top speed. Although I did enjoy doing some TGV off stream yesterday. trying to figure out TVM properly and like the speeds. So 60 mile an hour. Coming up. So for those of you collecting numbers for the services that we do, 395006 is our lead unit today. I know Rogan will have his red pen out for that. Alright, we've got a single yellow ahead, or is it a double yellow? Double yellow. Also got the speed restriction at 60 as we approach Gillingham Depot on the left. So we have a red at the end of Gillingham. Oh no, crossings down. We are cleared. I love the fact that the train wash was still going then. Someone had left it on again. So as we're now sort of doing alright for time, I'm going to brake late and hard. Oh, suits you, sir. Late and hard. Oh, how very dare you. Alright. Not doing too bad for time. We're on time as far as the PIS is concerned. And did the rear of the platform? Yep, train is in the platform fully. Mission accomplished. Oh, gee whiz. Sorry, folks. So the good thing, I don't know if anybody had noticed before, but on the on-train manager here, there's a little green dot to say which cab is active. And if you've got two green cab actives, there is a problem. And you will get penalty brake applications, as we found out leaving Faversham the other night. Right. Let's get a wriggle on for Chatham. We have some quite hefty speed restrictions now. Couple of 100 pages of oh right, R3D, welcome back to the stream. I didn't even know you were in here. Yeah, if you whisper it or post it, it should, hang on a second, let me see if I can just grant you, you're a subscriber, so it should hold it for a moderator to approve it. So if you post it red, I should then be able to Rogan, have you got moderator view available? I can't seem to approve that link for some reason. Oh right, okay. Red, if you whisper it to me, I'll post it. Yeah, for some reason I don't have moderator chat in my own channel. Right, we're coming in to Chatham, a little bit on the fast side. Brakes. Right, there we go. Bear with me 2 seconds, guys, and I shall post this. Wow, trying to do 2 things at once. That's why I'm a train driver. There you go, guys. Right, there we go. Oops. This is my version of selective door opening. I kind of figured it out last night in that it will kick off if you're going 15 mile an hour over the permitted speed, or 15 kilometres over the permitted speed. It'll then just drop the brakes on you. But you can take the brakes off once they've dropped. You can actually, you don't have to wait for the train to come to a stand. You can just release them and acknowledge it, and it'll take them off. Yeah, it's just basically keeping a distance between you and the train in front by managing your speed, isn't it? Well, that's what I figured out it was doing anyway. The closer you are to the train in front, the slower the... Yeah, the faster you do it, the faster the train in front goes, the faster you go. The slower the train in front goes, the slower it will let you go. Green means you're good, clear signal section ahead. Sort of white or yellowy colours means slow down. It's just you're running too close. Oh, wrong way, Lee. Wrong way. So after we've done this route, guys, where do you want to drive? Should we drive some TVM? Should we go on to the LGV and do a high speed run? I'm probably going to stream up until about 11:30, because that's when the Super Bowl starts, and I do want to watch the first half before bed. Egg ball. That doesn't surprise me, Rogan. Were you playing it on your 1X or your Series X? Yeah, I think it's a memory problem with the 1X. I don't think it optimizes. This is Journey Chapter 2 Route 1, if you wanted to know, Olaf. But yeah, I'll be live until about 11:30. Now, I've got a question for you guys. Obviously, I want to make content so that you guys, as fans of Train Simulator and fans of me, can choose when and where to watch me, because I can't be available all the time because my shifts don't allow me to sometimes. So would you prefer content pre-recorded and then streamed on here, or would you prefer me to upload content to YouTube in a similar sort of format? Or you want to hope they patch that this week then, Rogan, otherwise that could be an issue for you when you are streaming it, I suppose. Right, 20 mile an hour over the bridge. Okay, Red, yeah. So what I'm planning to do is, at the weekends, I'm planning to record videos. They won't be particularly long, but they'll probably be about an hour or so long. It'll just be single runs on a route, but individually recorded, uploaded to YouTube, so you can see. I'm going to hopefully get to the point where I know routes well enough soon to turn the HUD off completely. Almost like a virtual cab ride. So yeah, like I say, I'll plan to do the live streaming on Twitch. But if work prohibits me from doing that, if I know I'm on a block of nights, for example, where I can't actually stream, I'll get some content up on YouTube throughout the week that I'm on. So should we do some French? Should we do a French TGV run after this one? As I kept ballsing up the blooming power transfer changeover yesterday. Now, does anybody in the chat actually play TGV? Or LGV, Mediterranean, or whatever they call it? Does anybody actually own that route and play it? Because I've got a question for you. Because I had something that I'd not come across yesterday, in the fact that it asked me to put the power mode into AC, not LGV. I had to continue the rest of the journey on the AC power. I know AC and LGV are the same thing in theory, but it never goes through the tutorial telling you that you might have to use AC power. It tells you use DC or LGV. But I got onto a scenario and it said, well, onto a service, and it said, no, you need to use AC to continue the journey. I was just like completely flummoxed. I know you just turn the knob to a thingy, but I didn't know that that was a thing. Right. We're starting to run behind now, so away we go. So we're then on to Gravesend, then it'll be Ebbsfleet, and then then we'll be off onto the high speed into St Pancras. Yes, we stop at Ebbsfleet, and I think we stop at Stratford as well. as this is a rush hour commuter train. Because KVB plays an important part on the TGV, but it don't work. And it works on this, but doesn't work on TGV. It's like, why put it in? Well, it didn't display anything when I was doing it yesterday. Oh, clear of the 15. Yeah, I think we're gonna. Do you want to do some TGV in the snow, the rain, fog? Let me know in chat. Wow, that's a peculiar instruction. Just in case a driver forgets how to enter the GSMR instructions. Be glad they've sorted the headlights out as well for the patch. Be able to see what's going on in the tunnel. Yeah, I was a bad dad today. Took my daughter sledding and said I'd get in with her. Instead I just pushed her down the really big hill in the sled. Just stood at the top laughing. Does that make me a bad dad? Doopy doopy doo. Right, so we're on our little run to Gravesend here. As we come past Who Junction. Ah, look, there's some wagons. This is a scenario and they're in here. Some of the stuff they don't appear in for, but nice to see a couple of rakes of J&As and some ying-yings. I think you also get flashing yellows to go into Who Junction as well, Olaf. But I haven't done the freight service yet to know. And I think you also get flashing yellows on the rail tours as they run stuff around you. But this is quite nicely modelled. I know. This is quite picturesque. So how many of you in the chat have actually bought Southeastern Highspeed, and what do you think of it now that you've had the weekend to digest and have a little play with it? Right, so we've got a 50 mile an hour morning board now coming up. Right, so there is something ahead of us as we enter Gravesend. We did have a single yellow signal then, or a caution aspect ahead of us. I'm guessing that's because the road wasn't set for the junction after the station. Alright, so we've got 30 mile an hour. I love the fact that the bush was obscuring the speed sign then. That's very realistic. Most speed boards are obscured by foliage. Not all, but some. So we've lost quite a lot of time over the last few stations. But again, I think that's the timings are pretty tight, as this is rush hour and commuter belt. Right, so here's the 30 mile an hour board. Ah, welcome back, Rogan. Did you pick up all the dog toffees today? Accidentally put the reverser into neutral. Did you forget? Tut tut, dear boy, you had one job. It's that age-old excuse, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it tomorrow. And after saying, oh, I'll do it tomorrow for a month. Oh dear, we've lost a lot of time. Let's get ready to depart early so we can get on our way. Alright, off to Ebbsfleet. But yeah, do it tomorrow. So hopefully we'll be able to make up the time that we've started to run behind on the high speed section. So I do find myself always arriving at Stratford a little bit earlier than I've planned to. Are we following anything up HS1? Right, there's nothing ahead of us on the high speed line, so we should hopefully get a good run through to our calling points. Yeah, we're stopping at Stratford. We should find out on Tuesday, guys, as well, what the next batch of routes are. Because it's Roadmap Tuesday this week. So we should find out what the first routes are that they've decided to add to, if you excuse the inverted commas, Season 2 of Train Sim World 2. My personal opinions are we're probably going to see a West Coast Main Line South, a London Tilbury to Southend. I think you're going to see 2 routes from each country, 2 from Germany, 2 from the USA, and 2 from the UK in this next series of routes that they're planning. And I think the 2 for the UK will be West Coast Main Line South, Euston to Rugby, which they just released on the older train sim. Because it's got a little bit of everything in it. And then London, Tilbury and Southend, because that's got a little bit of everything in it. And the route size is the perfect size for what they want to do. And it's also, they're both old steam railways for when the steam stuff starts to get released later in the year. Right, so we're 3 minutes late into Ebbsfleet. It's not the end of the world. Right, that's the power changeover done. The PIBs, the platform information boards, yeah, it's the best addition so far. So we now got a little jaunt up the high speed section. Where did everybody go? There's only one person here apparently. Yeah. I know I'm boring, but geez, could say goodbye if you're going to go. Hurts my feelings. Right, so we're now on the overhead juice. Let's get going. Just give it all of the acceleration. Cleared for 130 running. So yeah, while you were away, Rogan, I was sort of saying about YouTube, hour-long videos on YouTube for the days that I can't stream when I'm working and stuff, if I was to pre-record stuff. Or would you prefer pre-recorded stuff then broadcasted on Twitch? Right, off we go on the high-speed one. Oh, better limit our speed for a minute, because Where's the first signal? There it is. No. There we go. Yeah, well that's the thing I'm thinking of, is doing them on here but releasing them at YouTube on the same time. The only problem is that they're pre-recorded. So it's pre-recording them and uploading them to Twitch and then running them as a rerun. Christ almighty, the acceleration of a 12 car. Already at 185 kilometres an hour. Whistling. 14 minutes in 5 minutes. 14 miles in 5 minutes. Quite possibly could do this. Went over that bridge today. Go and pick the little person up. Alright, come on train. We've got to make some time up. It's a lovely looking train, isn't it, the Javelin? Oh, is it any good? Or is it just like every other Gerard Butler film? We're at 225, 226. Let's trim it down. Power notch 1. Short answer. Feel free to swear. It's after the watershed. No, it's not like any other Gerard Butler film. Oh, okay. Oh, we are speeding. Right, we're about to dive into the tunnel 2. Oh, it's worse. Oh dear. Right, we're about to dive under Dagenham now and into Tunnel 2, where we'll pop up in Stratford. As Patrick Mahomes isn't playing for the Chiefs, he's out injured, Tampa Bay. Brady's just too good. Unless something goes drastically wrong, it'd be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yeah, that crash I was caught in was a bit spectacular earlier. I was only about 5 or 6 cars behind it in the end. The car had gone into the embankment and then rolled about 4 or 5 times apparently. Having to cut them out and all sorts. Well, it's the A12, mate. It's one of the most dangerous roads in Britain, where people just don't pay attention to what they're doing. Right, 225 flashing to say we're going to be slowing down at the next signal. So we need to make sure we're at 200 for the next signal, but it's flashing, so it's going to continue to decline. It's going to go down to 160 at the next signal. So we'll just keep our brakes in. There we go, 160. Slow ourselves down a little bit quicker because it's going to go to 130 after this one. Oh, 100, but it's stable at 100, so once you get to 100 you can stay at 100. I think that's right, isn't it, Red? Well, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are also playing at home as well, which plays into their hands a little bit. So they're actually at the Tampa Bay Stadium, so they're the home team as well. Talk about stroke of luck. Are you a Tampa Bay fan by any chance? Right, here we are, Stratford. Well, we've not made up as much time as we would have wanted. Nah. No, I'm a Browns fan for my sins. Right, so we're at Stratford. Let's wait patiently for the passengers that aren't getting on, because nobody ever gets on or off at Stratford, apart from when West Ham are playing at home. They all come out from St Pancras or from Ebbsfleet. And I have to say, now that I found this list of keyboard commands, it's so much easier to play this game on console. Right, well, 3 minutes to get to St Pancras. 2 minutes. Hold my beer. No, hardly anybody ever gets on. I'm surprised it's still open, to be honest. I know it's open because it goes straight inside Westfield shopping centre, but Most people go to Ebbsfleet and then get the bus to Bluewater. There's a better shopping there, in my opinion. Right, good to 225. Probably will get up to 225 just as we come out the tunnel, as we are. But that's how it is in real life, Red, because the British Railway is measured in miles and chains. So that's why it's in miles and chains in the game, and that's been confirmed by the developers. They've taken the measurements from Network Rail, who do everything in miles and chains. The speed is in kilometres because that's what they decided to do on the Channel Tunnel Rail link. Don't ask me why for that one, because I think it's more to do with the signalling system rather than the that they wanted to. As the UK doesn't have a high-speed signalling system, they've had to borrow it. That's interesting. Why is that? Alright, let's slowly start bringing our speed down then. Does it go to 100 or 130 at the next? It's 100. And then it's 60 and then 40 as we come out of the tunnel. Right, that means TVM is coming to an end at the end of the tunnel, and we're going back onto colour light signalling. And the reason I've gone down to 65 kilometres an hour is because just as we come out this tunnel, it goes to 60. Oh, why didn't we go over the N? I want to go over the N route. Two yellows. Right, as we now drop down into St Pancras, curving round into the HS1 platforms for Southeastern. And the signaller has routed a really weird route round for us to go into this platform. Now, I must admit, I'm pretty impressed that we're only 3 or 4 minutes late on this run, and we've done all the stopping services. Normally we're about 5 or 10. So we're obviously getting better at driving the Javelin. Right, so TVM next. Right, so pop our DRS on, reverser to stew, turn our headlights to tail lights. Nothing else we need to turn off just yet, otherwise we won't be able to close the doors. Well, the only reason I ask is the LGV route is literally fast. And that's all there really is you just go fast. It's the world's slowest loading and unloading process. So the rear unit, there we go, was 023. For those of you keeping red pens of the services powered by, so that will be 023 leading the set out on the next journey. Right. Oh, dearie me. Right, we're nearly done with the loading and unloading. Right, okay, do we get a gold? Ah, silver. How on earth do we only get a silver for that? Oh, we're a bit short on the stopping in some places. Oh well. Right. Right, I'm just going to take a personal comfort break, and I shall be right back. Right, I'm back. Ooh, smashed my face in with the microphone and the headphones. Okay. Right. Yeah, TGV. Who's ready for a bit of high speed? Right, the system has just energized itself. We need to brake hold, release our brakes. Turn our gauge lights on. Yep, that's all good. We're at Avignon, so we need our LGV on. Reverser to forward. We need to do this. Activate our KGV beam. Need to change our driving mode to manual control. And then we are good to go. We just have to wait for... Take that off now. And hold the brakes. Beg your pardon, Rogan. Are you okay there? So we're in charge of this beastie now. Right, we'll close the doors as we have 8 seconds before departure time. Still the signal for the TGV system is at red. Right, cleared for 170. The guard has given us the all clear. The doors are locked and secured. Just gently pull away to 10 kilometers an hour. And away we go, full throttle. That's interesting. Well, you saw TGV high speed there for all of 30 seconds. How peculiar. We went to the end of the map. So, in theory, we went off that way. Right, before we... So, we've just opened the platform on the left, so we are at the wrong end of the train. I think that's what's happened there. Well, we're going to be late leaving because we've got to go up the other end of the train. Well, I think that's what's the matter is. I honestly couldn't say if that is the reason why, but we'll give it a go. So in theory we should be opening the doors on the right hand side. That's a game fault. Or literally it just spawns you in that cab. So you would expect the game, if it was spawning you in, to be good to go. Yeah, well, we've got to, because otherwise we can't do what we need to do, can we? Alright, so we need to pan up. But then that signal's giving us a red. I think this might be a broken one. Yeah, because see, that signal's gone green. Right, well, we'll go back. We'll miss that one out. That's broken, people. That'd be broke. Because that was that one there that I was trying to do. Alright, so we'll try exactly the same service, just a different. Right, that's the same way that we were on just a minute ago, so we will see if we can do this one without it blowing up in our face. Right, let's do that, do that. Brake hold. Release the brakes. Clear the light. Forward. Manual control. Right, we are good to go. Just need to enable our safety systems, which we've just done. Although I think cage VB has just turned itself off. So this is the same service, the timing and everything else is exactly the same. Close the doors. Right there, close. 20 seconds to wait before we go, and then we'll see if this one says we go out of bounds. Because it's saying we're in this cab, and that's the way up the route. Right, objective completed. Right, release our brakes. Let's try again. Although we do have a red signal there. Oh, it's not applicable to us, there's a fence between us and that. Right, we look like we're good to go on this one. Well, that was peculiar. It's exactly the same service, exactly the same time. How weird. Oh, anyway. Off we go. 67 kilometres to our first station. Cleared to 300. And we've now put it in cruise control. Oh, right, okay, I'll have a little look for you. I'll help you out with that later. It did that the first time I tried to do one, to be fair. It took me ages to get the right sizes sorted for them. Oh, right, okay. You just need to make sure it fits the sizes that they say on the thing. If it said that there was an error, it might be that there was genuinely an error with their back-end system. There normally is. Oh, a 20 car set. God, the draw distance is quite good on this route. Blimey, that train's got... Normally that'd have disappeared. Yeah. Gone that far out, you had to load the game back in. So we're good for 300 kilometres an hour on this route for this section. Should approach 320 at some point in various places. So there isn't really much to see or do once you get going. You just got to remember to stop for the relevant stations. Yeah, so the best thing you want to do with that, Rogan, is have a massive picture and then scale it down to that size, so that the image is still crystal clear. Oh, we're clear up to 320. We are good for 320. Houston, go for launch. How fast is 320? That's how fast 320 is. See you, train. Bye. Well, hey, wouldn't you like to know, sir? No, but what I mean is the image size. Don't just look for images that are 112 by 112. Resize the image you want to use to 112 to 112. Oh God, what have you clipped now? You want to know how fast 320 is? It's this fast. I really should do a highlights reel of all the clips you guys make. Put it as my channel preview or something. Still think the best one was the talking about the brake flats. You alright, Mass Red? Good evening. Yeah, you don't want to know what you've walked into. It's a community Sunday night and he's talking about how do I get a massive one. And I was like, whoa. Kaleidoscope, Rogan's been asking how he gets a massive one. We think it's a bit inappropriate. We all don't know how to answer that question, to be honest. We announce you. Been anointed by the Queen. Sir Hunt Rogan of Massive Dong. Town just outside of Biggleswade. Anyway, let's keep it friendly in case people decide that they're going to stick their kids in front of this tomorrow when they're supposed to be homeschooling them. I know Rogan's now getting beaten with a slipper, which they're then going to sell to Sharky for a 500 quid. Ooh, Frankfurt for some sausage. Oh, suits you, sir. Oh, Frankfurt for sausage. Oh, suits you, sir. Do you like a bit of German, sir? Do you? Oh. You and a Bavarian man wearing lederhosens. Oh, suits you, sir. Get him in the rigid back van, sir. Oh. Squeaking with those squeaky doors, sir. Oh, suits you. Anyway. We could take it to a whole nother level there with how the Far Show used to do it. They did a sketch on that about Frankfurt and sausages. Do you like a warm Bavarian Frankfurter, sir? Do you? Oh. Suits you, madam. Oh, this is a bit of a climb, this one. 3.5% hill. How did Liverpool get on today, by the way? Genuine question, asking for a friend. Oh, is the Klopp era over? Klopp out. Bring back Kenny Keegan. Klopp off. Oh. 320 at the next signal. We have got us decreasing speed. Away we're heading down the line. We've got nothing in front of us, but oh. God, the brakes are going to be glowing after this. Oh. No glowing brakes there, but geez. Alright, Kaleidoscope. Go and stink the house out, making all your lovely scents. I know what you're up to. Yeah, you were saying earlier that you'd made the house pong a bit. Again, getting Rogan beaten with a slipper. Now, play nice, children. Oh, sugar, we're only on 300. Right, we've got 16 kilometres, so I think we'll throttle out. Just put the Rio brake in. That's why you got two nads, Rogan. You can afford to lose one. What was the score? I was stuck in that crash. I didn't get to see any of the football on the telly. Oh, right. Oh. Oh, dear. Who are you playing? Well, he's been trying for ages, hasn't he, though, to get one over on Klopp and Pep. Right, we're nearly at Aix-en-Provence. 10 kilometres out. We've got the brakes in now to slowly slow us down. Sure your keeper wasn't playing for them. Right, well, we're under the regulated speeds that we need to be at for each signal. That's a great sense of speed for that one going the other way there. Right, we'll just release our brakes as we're considerably under the required speed for the next signal. But I must remember to stop at this station because I always seem to get my braking wrong. Because this is the one where I kept going through the signal yesterday, Rogan, where it took me 3 attempts to try to do it. Because I was just going far too fast to stop at the signal. Because it gives you a red at the end of the signal because it's diverged, like the platforms. You sort of go into the platforms, and there's 2 high-speed routes through. And I just kept going through the red at the end of the platform. Oh, what do you keep clipping? Oh, no. They better be half decent, Rogan, not me making a fool of myself. Ah, cool, yeah. Alright, so there we go. The next signal is a red do not pass. Yeah, I normally come in to about this point here and then go, oh no, I'm stopping here. Doing about 170 and then just literally just skidding through. What platform are you going to be getting it on, Red? Right, well, I actually think I'm going to be able to stop at the right point as well. Hey. There we go. Right, well, the passengers load. Just quickly go and get the first map. I can't get the map down the other end of the platform. I haven't got enough time. It does run better on Xbox if you've got an S or 1X or a Series X. It runs slightly better on the base PS4 than it does on the base Xbox. But then again, it depends on what base PS4 you've got. So there's a lot of problems with the different versions. So if you can get it on Xbox, get it on Xbox. If you've got a 1S or a 1X or a Series X or a Series S. Right, we'll just put our brake holds on so that we can release our brakes. Speed needs to be 170 for coming off the station. Right, take our brake hold off. Fire up the Quattro. So we are going via a power changeover location now, where we will have to switch from AC to DC. Welcome back, Olaf. You join us on the French high-speed network now, on our way to Marseille. Very nearly at the end of the run. But you have joined for the best part. Well, that's the question. You guys pick. You guys can pick the route for the next one. So, fight amongst yourselves. Or where we go next. Oh, look out the window, Lee. It helps. So there you go, guys. 3 choices for you of where we go next. What routes have you got? Well, we've done UK high speed, we've done French high speed. Should we do German high speed? How is it? We'll do Colne, because I know you've got that, because you've got Train Sim World too. I'm not sure which route, we'll decide when we get there. Just have to manage our braking as we're coming up to the changeover point shortly. Can't go through there any quicker than 160, otherwise it'll do an automatic drop on us. So for the power changeover, it's quite tricky at getting your timing right, if I'm honest. In theory, I should lower the pantograph now and coast until I know it's safe. Okie dokie. I won't be driving with PZ. Well, no, PZB isn't available on the high speed, so we won't be enabling it. Alright. Where's our light button? Where's our desk light? There we go. We need that in neutral. Lower the pantograph. Pop it into DC. Just release the brakes now. We are still dropping downhill, so there we go. We've had the okay. That's what happens when you go too fast. It is in this, yeah, on this route. Okay, why are we not able to take power? There we go. Sort of stopped in a neutral section there. Just waiting for it to kick the power back in. So I'm not entirely sure why we had the brake go down, that we were slightly overspeeding, but not by much for it to drop the brakes on us, but it's not cost us a hell of a lot of time. Yeah, we've already changed the power to DC, so we don't need to. But this is now like driving the Javelin on DC, it's phenomenally slow. We're in manual control. Turn that to 0. And we now have 4 and a bit kilometres to go to Marseille. Yeah, but is that from diesel to electric, or... oh, excuse me, because the 800... all you have to do is pan up and it just takes it, doesn't it? Yeah. This TGV is going from AC to DC, so you've got to change the way the power is managed by the traction motors. So you've gone from 25,000 volts AC to 1.5 or 1,500 kilovolts or 1.5 kilovolts DC. So it's not particularly a fan of doing that. It's not like a Class 92 that does it on its own. When you go into a neutral section, it'll just bang the circuit breaker out, and then your line light will come back and it'll start taking power again. Welcome to the new lurkers and the new viewers in chat. Join us at the end of the TGV run for the evening. We will shortly be heading off to Germany for a bit of high-speed German action. Oh, a little bit of slowdown there, sorry folks. The Xbox is deciding to do things. Yes, it was us, yeah. Sorry, yes, it was GBRF. Do the testing for the 801s as well. I think we've got a contract to do the 802s and the 810s as well. We've been pretty much doing all of the testing of the IETs. But I'm too junior to be allowed anywhere near them, so... Right, on our slow-in approach now to Marseille. Yeah, I know quite a few drivers that have done them. I've had to conduct a few drivers on them as well. We're currently testing the 720s as well for Greater Anglia on the West Coast Main Line. Hopefully we're not going into the same platform that train is already in. Could be a bit awkward. So guys, there is quite a bit of DLC coming out for this in the next month and a half. And I will do my best to make sure you've got all the newest content available to view and review yourselves on this channel. Because we've got the BR Blue Pack for Great Western. We've got the Class 465 for Southeastern. We've then got I think it's an American freight route, Clinchfield Canyon or something I think it's called. So yes, got a busy month coming up ahead through February and March. What else are we going to do? We got COVID, so just play games and drive trains. So the BR Blue is adding a Class 52 in BR Blue to GWR or GWE. It's adding the 101, which I don't know why, because it's completely inaccurate. And then there's 2 other locos apparently that haven't been announced yet for that route being added on as well. The money's on a Class 50 and a blue HST set, and then they're rolling the signals, meant to be making it a little bit more back to the 70s. Alright, so we've ended up being a little bit late, but so just shut our cab down. Yeah, they haven't really confirmed much on it, Olaf. But a lot of the stuff was uploaded to the Steam database that apparently people have had a look at, and the 101 is the DMU of choice on it, which is a bit weird because it didn't go between London and Paddington, London and Reading. Right, so that's that route completed. Gold medal, there we go. Bish bash bosh. Right, so have you completed your tutorials, Olaf? Rightio. Well, while we're waiting then. Rightio then. Okay, so snow and ice is the one we'll be doing. It's not a particularly challenging route. Or not challenging, it's only got one. Now it's up to you how you play it. As it's your first time driving them, you can turn the safety systems on and try and get to grips with them if you want to. It's entirely up to you. Right, I'm just waiting for control. Oh, excuse me. Did you guys get music then playing out? Right, there we go. Unlock the doors. What side? Right. Right, so we'll just go through our little processes. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Right, so we are good to go now. Right, we'll close the doors. PZB, AFB, and CIFA.
RFB, RFB, RFB.
Right, so we are pan up. Right, the main circuit breakers are in. Why are we not able to take power? There we go. Helps if you put a little bit of speed in, Lee, on the AFB. Right, so we've got PZB 7085 flash. So we aren't on AFB just yet. We're on conventional German railways at the moment. Acknowledge the Zifa. It even catches me out, Olaf, some of these systems sometimes. Oh, excuse me, sorry folks. When we get going, I'll explain exactly what they are. So AFB is like speed control, which is controlled from this, so you set it to whatever the speed limit is and it won't go over. We'll then get a system when a massive klaxon goes off in the cab, and this will be illuminated, and the train will then automatically drive and brake itself, and then bring you to a stand for red signals as well. Alright, so we're now at 60, so we've raised the AFB to 60. So on this thing, on this pad here, you tap 9, do 6, and then go back and then make sure that that's up at a speed first. So even though AFB has given us a clearance for 70, it's actually a 60. So we can just open up the throttle now into notch 10. And the train won't go over 60. it'll brake automatically and everything. Even if you left it in notch 10, it'd still do its thing. So what we want to get is onto the U signalling system down in the bottom right, which is PZB U mode, which is the high speed drive yourself mode. Again, my knowledge of PZB and how it works on the other services is very, very limited. I'm not entirely sure. So if I put this into notch 10 now, we won't go above 60. As you can see, we're not going. It's not accelerating. The train's not accelerating, but that means we're now on the automatic system. So you crank that all the way up to 330, but the system is telling the train that it can go no faster than 80 at the moment. And then what you'll do is you'll see that blue bar slowly rise up as the signalling system gives it permission to go above. And now I will just leave it in notch 10 and it will do its own thing until we get to the other end now. All we got to do is cancel CIFA. As soon as the speed has increased there, we're getting a little bit of wheel slip, so just have to manage that because the computer can't do that. So in the cab, there's a little cupboard down there underneath that brake pressure gauge, just there, panel door. Open them up and just the CIFA's there, PZB's there, and LZB, which is AFB, is there. And then to activate AFB, you go onto this control panel here, push button number 9, and then option 6, but I've got it on at the moment, and then hit 0, and it should say AFB, AFB, and that way you're then driving yourself, or it's driving itself. And now that we're out of the station, we will turn the opaque glass off so the passengers in first class can see out the front, as the train is now accelerating up to 260 kilometers an hour, all on its own. I've just put it in notch 10 and away we go. And I'd like to thank Sharky and AC for helping me understand this. Have you got a keyboard plugged in, Olaf? Do you use a USB keyboard when playing this? So to enable LZB and PZB or any safety system, it doesn't activate CIFA for some reason, but control and enter, and that will enable safety systems. Let me just get Discord up and I shall send you a link. Not mine, they're not it's not anything I've done, it's saying that I found that was created, but it's very good. That's got a list of all of the console compatible keyboard shortcuts on it.
Sicher. Zug beeinflussen.
So as you can see, I haven't touched the throttle or the AFB commands. It's doing it all from that 9900, which is radio. So it's receiving radio signals as to what the signal section ahead is. Yeah, it's spectacular on the X, Series X. Apart from the weird motion blur that goes on, but the train does dirty up in the snow. It does get quite dirty. Right, so we've now got another go-through location, 20 kilometres away. Now we do need to keep our wits about us, because when we get towards this section of the line, is it this part of the line or is it down here? The railway does go to 2-track. Yeah. And then we have to drive manually. Right, okay, so to get the train to drive automatically, Olaf, you have to go down to this panel here. Hang on, let me just... And what you need to do is you need to click 9 and then number 6. Yeah, I haven't got an option there because I'm already driving automatically. But push number 6, then push 0. Then... Oh, I can't get into it from there. This AFB controller. So I can now wield this back to 170 and you can see the train is automatically trying to slow itself down. I'll put it back up because we're wheel spinning. But you need to have the 9900 radio signal being received for AFB to work, and a U on the control desk, so you need that U to be illuminated, which means that that system is engaged by the signalling system. It's not on all the time. The signalling system will trigger the system when it's actually enabled and you can run on it. No worries. So all you need to do is just crank that up to 330, crank it in a notch 10, and then it should just do it itself. Yeah, the train will drive automatically all the time that system is active. So you will see that we're getting some changes in the frequencies now. So that's your throttle and your brake meter there. You can see the power is coming off. The train is powering off. But what that means is that we're either catching something up or something's going on ahead of us. Evening, Axel. But if we get cautionary aspects now, it will slow us down and bring us to a stop short of the red. And there is a service where you do catch a regional stopper up on the 2 line, because there is a section of 2 track that's on LZB. And it does bring you to a stop. You get right up behind it and it brings you to a stop, and then just put it in a low power notch and it'll just take you signal to signal. Alright, there we go. We've got the G spot, which means that we've got some changes coming up. So the G's in the thing to come up on the dash. And then that's the middle one. Just acknowledge it. So as you can now see, the train is slowly bringing itself down speed wise. we've got the 200 kilometres, two clicks up the road. The train is already slowing us now for... I've been full of cold, Axel. I've just got over it. Well, I'm still struggling slightly with a head cold at the moment, as you can probably tell. But it's going to bring us to 200 kilometres an hour before we need to be there. So 300 metres, 200 metres, 100 metres, we're under where we need to be. Now the system has notified us that it's back on its own now. Evening, Ollie. Welcome to the channel. Oh yeah, I feel good. I feel fine now. That's why I haven't streamed the last couple of days. I haven't really been feeling very well. So as soon as that U disappears, Olaf, it means that we're then back in control. It'll go to B, and that'll mean we're in control of braking and accelerating ourselves. Unstable Coder, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the train shed. Now we're stopping at Stolberg, 17 kilometres up the line. But we're now on the regional 2-track railway. So there will now be stopping services in front of us, calling at every station, which the signalling system will try and keep us behind. Right, we've got the end. When you get end flashing up, you need to use PZB release, because that's notifying you that the automatic signalling system is now coming to an end. So what you want to do is you go to AFB, AFB US, and then throttle that all the way to 0. And take control of the train again. Always make sure you wind the speed back though, because it will just accelerate as soon as you turn it off. So we're now back in charge of the train. We've got a B and we're now on PZB. So we need to make sure that if the speed limit drops below 85, PZB will kill us. Unstable Coder, thank you for being my 100th follower, by the way. So we are now in full control of our accelerating and braking. Does that make sense though, Olaf? So we are coming up to Stolberg shortly, which I believe is an intermediary stop to our destination. You can see there's a regional service in that platform which is being held until we go past. takes some getting used to. It took me ages to understand it. I never used to touch German routes because they used to confuse me. But thanks to Lasharky 75 and AC, kind of got to grips with them quite quickly once you figure it out. Right, as we go past that Talent 2 unit. Yeah, as soon as you see end start flashing up on the dash or on the bottom right, PZB release, not override or acknowledge, but PZB release, otherwise you will get a brake application and the train will take you out. I think it's almost a very similar system to ATC, but you'd be able to know more about ATC than I do. Right, so we're 5 kilometres from Stolberg now. Just put the brakes in to initially start slowing us down about now. So the great thing about German railways is that you don't have to be at a particular place at a particular time. Right, we now go to 1B on our braking. Take it down to 100 kilometres. We take it to 120. Still proceed with our timings. So we'll just put the brakes in now, as we're just over 2 kilometres away, just so that we're gradually braking into the station and not squealing in at massive amounts of speed. So as we're nearly at the end of this route, guys, there will be one more. Yeah, so push when it's flashing, go to PZB release until it goes solid. That means it just wants you to acknowledge that you understand that you're coming to the end of automatic driving. So you use the PZB release button or handle, and then it should go from flashing to steady. Just, it's another form of acknowledgement. There's like 3 different, there's blooming PZB acknowledge, PZB override and PZB release. You just need to make sure you release the end command. Alright, we're coming up to the station now. We do have a red signal at the end of it. So we're now getting a brake application for some reason. So this is the bit I don't get. This is PZB kicking us in here. So we just got to wait for the brakes to bleed off now. Alright, Mass, take care. So that's why I don't understand about PZB. Is it took us out then, but I'm not entirely sure why. That's the only reason I don't tend to drive with PZB on, because I don't quite understand it. Like, it's gone again. Like, now for some... Now one of these systems will probably tell us why it keeps kicking in. But it's trying to figure out why it keeps kicking in. And normally there's a screen that would say do not exceed a certain speed, otherwise the brakes will activate, but I can't seem to find it. So I'm guessing the frequencies mean different speeds. Like if you use PZB in the Talent, it'll have, there's like a thing that says don't go over 85, don't go over 45. So that you can see it's gone to 500 hertz there. And now the brakes have applied. And I'm guessing it's because we were going too fast towards the signal and it's just dropped the brakes. Hiya Dean, welcome to the stream, good evening. We're trying to get to grips with PZB at the minute. Nothing quite like an emergency brake application. then trying to figure out what we do next. We can't go anywhere at the moment because the signal is still red. Yes, it is, Dean. Yeah. Ah, that is why. Because there is a train coming across the front of us. And then there are many signals on the gantry that we need to try and understand. Right, so we're green. Okay, Dean, if you could kindly... Do you drive with PZB on? If you do, could you give us the idiot's guide as to how PZB works? Because it's just taken me out and I can't understand it. Right, so I get that the speed is... But we weren't going over the speed limit. I'm guessing it's something to do with approaching red signals with PZB when it decides to throw its toys out the pram and just slam the brakes on. I really do need to watch Matt Pedalston's instructions on PZB on their YouTube, on Dovetail Games' YouTube channel. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to take it to the next level with the German routes and actually driving them as with all the safety systems on. But PZB is getting the better of me and it's winding me up. This has been a little bit different, this one. Having to actually stop at this station and not barreling through it. Yeah, I'm a train driver in real life, Dean, and I like the challenge. So just trying to figure it all out. LZB and CIFA I can get. I just cannot get my head around this PZB. I just cannot. But then again, I've not watched any tutorials or... Oh, we're not actually stopping. We're going through this station. Why has it put us through this platform? Well, we're late to Aachen because of all these problems. Ah, evening, Matt. Good evening. Speak of the devil and he shall appear, I think the saying goes. We're just trying to figure out PZB, Matt, and it's just taken me out and I can't figure out why it took me out going towards a red under the speed limit. But I haven't watched your tutorial on PZB, so I must go and do that. Blue freight locos, Dean. That's what I drive. Yeah, so what do they mean, Matt? I had 1,000 hertz, and it took me out, and I reset it and carried on, and then the 500 took me out with an S. Ah, right, okay. So in other words, do as you're told there. Thank you for the follow, Dean. Much appreciated. Make sure you collect your permit to travel from the ticket machine at the next available station stop. Yeah, I couldn't figure out why the 1,000 got me, but... Aha! So what speed should you be going at 1,000 at the 1,000 then? Because it literally went off and then immediately dumped the brakes. Is that because I didn't hit PZB release when it came up? Because it was near enough instantaneous. Ah, right, okay. Thou shalt go read the manual then. Yeah, the 500 took me out about 100 metres from the red. Ah, there's no warning. Right, okay. Oh. Yeah, that was the annoying thing, was that I didn't even know. Don't need to acknowledge the 500 hertz. The more serious, the more serious 500 hertz at the red signal, you don't need to acknowledge. Oh wow, need to acknowledge the 1,000, but not the. Right, okay. Ah. It is the German way. Well, at least I know now. Right guys, so we're going to close the poll. We're off to the UK, so... answers in chat, which route do you want me to do? Well yeah, the only time you know you've had an overspeed is when the TPWS system starts flashing and alarms start going off. And then you go, oh bugger. And you immediately get the please explain phone call. Which routes are there? Right, so we're off to Great Britain, so we've got Matt's latest creation, which is Southeastern Highspeed. We've got Great Western, we've got Tees Valley, we've got... oh, there we go. Oh, PZB acknowledge. Oh no, wrong one. Oh, the brakes have got us again. So that's what I mean, Matt. It's near enough instantly got me. Yes, I was going too quick, but... Tees Valley, Great Western, Northern Transpennine. Oh, it's all kicking off in the cab now. All right, mate. Keep your hair on. Great Western, okay.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Wish I understood German. If you're doing... right, okay. Which is what the 85 and 70 is. That's the speed you need to be at. Or if it's flashing, you just guess. Yeah, we've already done Southeastern Highspeed, Dean. That was the first route of the night, where I was only 4 minutes late into St Pancras. I'm slowly getting better with the Javelin on the DC. If it's flashing, don't exceed. See now, Matt, is this a... Yes. Have I got West Somerset Railway? Yes, but it's such a slow route. It will be on YouTube. Put it that way. I'll do some YouTube content for it. Act now, act now. And then as I go past this next signal, acknowledge that. Right, okay. Ah, right, I'm getting it. So, right. Sorry, I'm just trying to look at my keyboard shortcuts for console to find page down. Oh, I'm going to have to get a better keyboard. Oh, that's a finger stretch, that is. Cool, that hurt my fingers, that did. Oh. Oh, you can do it on... Ah, right, on... Like you're just cancelling CIFA and stuff. Right. And now we can't go over 85, is that correct? 40, right, okay. Acknowledge. Ah, right. The 4 on the signal, 40, yeah. Now it makes sense, Matt. Thank you very much. We're only 11 minutes late. But now I know. I've learned AFB and LZB and CIFA. Because I used to avoid the German routes, Matt. I'll hang my head in shame. They used to confuse the hell out of me. And you know how long I've been playing this. Oh, why did that not take me out then? I forgot to acknowledge it.
Türen geöffnet.
That big red light there sort of made me stop. Christ almighty, I wouldn't want to drive trains in Germany if I'm brutally honest with you, folks.
Schließvorgang eingeleitet.
Cool, that'd be a bronze if we get anything for that. How on earth have we got a gold medal? 11 minutes late. Oh well. Right. So, Great Western. Matt, can I ask that you fix this, please? Or get Adam and the team to fix this? Please, pretty please, with sugar and a cherry on top. You know full well what, Matthew? In the fact that you can't get full-size sets unless you come into the game, then go to menu, quit back out, and then go into timetable mode. And please tell me you knew about that. Oh, right. Oh, that. Oh. It's been like that since you released it. No, wow. Right, okay, I'm going to go off and sit in the naughty boys corner. Oh, but please fix that bug. Because I get everybody moaning on my YouTube channel that the sets are short-formed. Anyway. Let's make it entertaining. Temple Meads 1 Alpha 1 0, Olaf. Oh no, well don't do that then. No. Let's not fix that bug. Let's not fix that one. Honestly, Dean, you wouldn't want the 800 on this. Oh yeah, that's what we call proper weather. Right. I didn't realise that was the PC timetable that we... No, still to Reading. To be fair, you wouldn't want to go much past Reading, to be honest. Anything past Reading's awful. Right, wait for our brakes to bleed off. Bit of extra train heat. Right, brakes are off. Away we go. Just in case nobody knows, Matt Pedalston, that's in the channel, is the senior producer on Train Sim World. So we're talking about his vision. How many years have you been developing Train Sim World now, Matt? It's about 7 or 8, isn't it? We're in Olaf's territory now. Oh, why not? Oh, the Class 800. Well, the HST is a better drive. Yeah, so the Class 800 is very good. Well, Olaf can probably answer the question better because he drives them on a daily basis. But the 800 is... what's the right way of saying it? It's like a Tesla. So it's very, very quick from 0 to, say, 60. Which is what they wanted. Well, yeah, they are soulless as well, but they're very quick to the sort of 60-75 mile an hour mark, but they then become quite sluggish. Yeah, they're very good accelerating, but then they take ages to reach their top speed, whereas a HST is just consistent. But yeah, like I say, Olaf drives them, so he can tell you. I just trundle along in a 66. So Matt, are there any surprises coming on Tuesday in the road map? As I believe Sam's announcing the first batch of routes, isn't he? For season 2. He was sort of implying that you guys were about to announce something on a roadmap. Yes, Ollie. Yeah. Always the best way to be, Matt. Then you can plead ignorance. Or is that Sam's way of like sort of getting you to sort of say yes and no to things that you wouldn't normally say yes or no to? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes! We have a full-size set on. 8 plus 2. I signed from Felixstowe to Hams Hall, including City Lines, North London Line, Arley Branch, Felixstowe Branch, Trimley Branch, about to learn to Gateway as well at some point in the near future. So Matt, if you are planning to do the LTS, give me a shout and I'll get you the maps. Yeah, and it'd go perfectly with adding a layer into Southeastern, because you can hide it behind the fence. What, on the LTS? I didn't want to bring up fence gate, but I just admire that you and the team managed to get something in so quickly, to be fair. Because that took me as a TSW veteran, as I like, well, Founders Edition veteran. That took me aback a little bit, the way that blew up. But we won't talk about that here. It's a real shame that the LTS is not considered, because it's very good for freight. And especially as you've got Barking Riverside now as well, with the London Overground. Alright, we just hit the 100-mile-an-hour mark with our full set. Are you watching the Super Bowl tonight, Matt? Yeah, I was going to say your wife's American, isn't she? We're having that conversation once, one Super Bowl about 6 years ago. Or was it 5 years ago? 4 years ago? Right, we are somewhere between Reading and Paddington at the moment. Weather's appalling. But this is quite accurate for what driving in fog is like. Heavy fog anyway. Oh, good question, Dean. Good question. I'm pretty sure there's a patch next week, but... as tricky tunnels was tricky. So are you all as a studio still working from home, Matt, or have you got like limited people in the office? Well, that must be trying to solve the problems that there has been. Well, exceptionally well done then on the Southeastern route, if that's all been done remotely. I will go back to a commuter service on Southeastern Highspeed after this run. I didn't know that, Matt. Fair play then. That's excellent stuff. But there is something about going to an office though and being a team every so often though. That's one thing I miss about working on my own, is not seeing my colleagues for weeks at a time sometimes. Like literally I may not see anybody I work with for a week, 2 weeks. Matt, do you know off the top of your head which service has flashing yellows on Southeastern Highspeed? Well, that's good. Staff well-being is a massive thing, isn't it? Especially in lockdown. The only problem is moving somewhere where you have like really slow internet and then have to download a dev build. Ah, right, okay. Approach control doesn't exist though. Core rail works too. Blimey. That's going back. Oh, that's really cool. I'm just hoping Adam and his team prioritise flashing yellows into GWE. As we know, the signaller on GWE does like throwing you out at a junction with no warning. Ah, that's a shame. Blimey, fair play, Ollie. I can do that with Ipswich. Ipswich to Stratford I can do in TSW or in TS with no HUD on, no nothing. Just drive it like I'm driving at work. Ah, awesome, Matt. Has that been released, or is that timetable coming with the BR pack? I hope you managed to change the freight service that the signaller did that with. Trying to get 22 intermodal wagons. I think you were back on the slows by the time you got the last wagon got out on the fast. Ah, that's awesome, Matt. Giving the OG route some love. Has that been a little side hobby, sort of, when the kids have annoyed you and you've gone off to hide? Let me fix that timetable. Throttle off. This weather is very apt for today and how it was in London and the surrounding area. Oh, sorry, Matt. Sorry, that shouldn't have actually triggered. Good old Streamlabs. We told him off for doing that the other day. He shouldn't be doing that now. Yeah, it's turned off. I don't know why. You must have written a massive essay then, Matt. See, I really enjoy the Long Island Railroad. Having ridden it quite a lot when I went to New York. It's such a great route, Ipswich to London, Liverpool Street. And especially if it was modelled now, if it was redone and modelled now, it's an absolutely phenomenal route. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Although you'd have to... Well, you've got TfL on site because you managed to do the Bakerloo line. But you'd have the 345s running between Liverpool Street and Shenfield. You'd then have the... Oh, don't talk to me about Ingatestone, Matt. It's been a nightmare the last couple of weeks. Yeah. But yeah, you've got Stratford, Shenfield to Liverpool Street with the TfL Crossrail services, or Elizabeth line, whatever you want to call it. And then you've got the stopping services, with the occasional service stopping at Romford, well, Liverpool Street, Stratford, Romford, and then all stations. Then you've got the semi-fast expresses, and then you've got the expresses. A little bit for everybody. Nobody wants to go to Norwich. I think if they were to do the Great Eastern Main Line for Trainsim World 2, they'd have to put the Felixstowe branch in. Excuse me. So that the 66s could come out of Felixstowe for the intermodal. Because that line from Felixstowe to Ipswich for freight is really good. A little bit of single line working. Yeah, plus Felixstowe. Get in. Although there is reports that they are GA are going to be looking to cancel the Felixstowe shuttles for the rest of this year. If the COVID restrictions stay in place. And if you were to do it, Matt, would you do it with the old rolling stock, or would you look at getting the newer stuff that runs on the line? Ah, right, okay. What would you prefer? Well, you just have to go to the government now, because GA don't own their own trains. Cool, that's proper old school. Quite like the 90s with Mark 3s and DVT though. See, that's a real shame. Because it's a great route. Oh! What's the signaller doing with us here? Okay, across we go then. Okay, signal up. Oh, don't mention West Coast Main Line. Yeah, it's really annoyed me, Ollie, the West Coast Main Line, the last couple of, well, last week especially, because London North Western weren't running any services between Crewe and Liverpool Street, between Euston, which meant there was a bus from Nuneaton to Rugby, which was always full, so I wasn't going to get on that. And then Hill Morton's been closed, so when I was bringing services down that I'm booked on the fast line through Weedon, I couldn't go on. And it better be fixed for tomorrow night, otherwise I'm going to have the ump, because I don't like going via Northampton, because it's slow. Right, we're just coming into Paddington now, folks. Sort of sped past Platform 9. Oh, Matt, are you aware of the issue on Platform 9 at Reading? In GWE? Yes, that's the one. Platform 9, TPWS. Well, it's the only TPWS activation I ever get is in Platform 9 at Reading. I even use TPWS override. Right. The good old TPWS brake override, and that still doesn't stop us. Oh dear. Right, okay, I'll cross that off my list of fix wants. Dean, London's King's Cross to York. Yes, but again, Class 800s. Oh, audio bugs. Oh, way too fast to the stops. Bang. Yeah. Cannon Street all over again. Oh. Well, that went well, didn't it? Right, anyway. Oh, dear. What have you done, Dean? You've upset the bot. Wow. Yeah, that was a GBRF bloke. I think. Right, so it's... Oh, it was a passenger one. It's the best one I've ever seen. Oh yeah, the bot's a little bit temperamental when people use lots of emotes. The best one I saw was the bloke that was doing Crossrail. Like an engineer was checking a Crossrail unit and accidentally put it up and over the stops. Cheers for stopping by, Unstable. Thank you for the follow. Right, anyway, Faversham. Matt, could I just make a... Matt, are you still here? Yeah, you're still here. Just got a little recommendation. And I don't know how easy it would be. But on the screen that you see here, is there any chance on this blank bit on the right-hand side, where there's nothing, can you just see the platform, is there any chance of getting the call-in points for a service put in there? So I've got 1 Papa 24 highlighted there. And then have the calling points so you can roughly guess which service. Ah, awesome. It's just, it seems a waste of space there. It just... Or if you move the centre bits over and then had the calling points in the middle. But wouldn't really work with the high speeds. Stratford, Ebbsfleet, and then a list. But right, because the only reason I say that is that ones are sort of tend to be expressed, don't they? So trying to guess which one of these Faversham services calls at that first one so we can see the flashing yellows. Unless there's a way to do it that I'm not... Oh, thank you very much, Matt. On a Class 2 westbound. This is when we find out that there is no Class 2s going westbound on console. Unless I have the wrong set of 375s open. Ah, right, okay. I should really use the search button, I suppose. Oh, that didn't really work. Yes, I believe it is Tyneham. Because you've got Higham, which is the other end that nothing ever stops at. Try 1 Papa 24. Okay, thank you. Oh, it was 10 o'clock, wasn't it? Right, let's try this. Oh, new photos uploaded. Ooh. Ah, Newington. Right, okay. Right. Thanks for that, Matt. Is there a online version of the timetable anywhere? Because I know you used to release them. Because I can remember having the one for GWE for ages. And then I went to look at it and then it had gone. Oh, Matt, have you put dynamic signalling on Southeastern Highspeed? Oh, right, fair enough. Yeah, so I did a service on launch day, which I got pinged at Faversham for having a driver in the rear cab that had the key in and all the safety systems activated. If you whisper it to me, Dean, I'll then post it, otherwise it'll just throw hissy fit at us. Yeah, so sorry, we got stuck at Faversham, and it took me about 20 minutes to resolve the problem and figure out that there was matey boy sat in the rear cab of a 12-car set. And when we finally got going, we got to... Where did we get to, guys? Was it Raynham that's got the bay platform, platform 0? And the signaller stuck the unit out in front of us because we were late, which I thought was an exceptionally good touch. Oh, I've obviously never been that late then, where I've actually noticed that, well, he brought us to a stand at the end of the, like, we stopped at the station and the signaller just let it go. And I was like, oh, right, okay. Charming. Alright guys, so we are on a 375 stopping service now. Hopefully we'll see some flashing yellows. Yeah, there's been some funky routing going on with some bits and pieces. I must admit, I've been put through new ways on routes that I didn't know existed on GWE. Right, Tyneham, 3.5 miles away. See, that's what I'm looking forward to if multiplayer ever comes to the game in the grand scale in my mind, where it's just a dedicated server and you just jump in on timetable mode and someone can be the signaller. Okay, mate. 2 seconds. Ah. Oh, why is this being so difficult? There we go. Right. There's quite a few 166 services I noticed go through Old Oak Common Depot to get over to the slow lines. On the early morning services. That always throws me. Oh, the throat's starting to ache again. Yeah, I really enjoy this route. Especially now that there is a little bit of freight at Who. Nothing like coming past and seeing the yin yin. Wasn't expecting that on that key. Right, Tyneham. I've not stopped here before. Don't do this at home, kids. DRA isn't assigned to a keyboard button, is it, Matt? No, I'm on an Xbox Series X now, Matt. Oh. How are you finding the Xbox Series X, Matt? Yeah, I've got PC too. But I don't play... My PC's a potato. Wreckfest is really good on Xbox Series X if you haven't tried it, Matt. I know you like your Wreckfest. Adore it or adore it? I was watching you the other night in your stock cars, and that just ended in absolute anarchy. Yeah, my... Yeah, see, I'm in a rock and a hard place, Ollie. I love my console gaming. And I don't really like having to keep upgrading the PC to keep it doing what I want it to do and playing what I want it to play, so I sort of went away from that. Now I use it for streaming, and later this year I'll probably get something that's super powerful that'll last me for 5 years, and leave this one that I've got now that's doing the streaming as a streaming PC. Yep, me too, Olaf. Yeah, because I play a lot of Assetto Corsa on Xbox, and I've got it set up with another screen and my racing set up behind where I'm doing all this from. Yeah, PlayStation, well, console was just easier, and especially now that the only game that I really played on PC is on console, it made sense just to... I'm not that bad. I tend to have my headphones in when I'm passing back, sitting on the cushions. Although I do know when an emergency brake application's happened, and then the driver sits there for 20 minutes after having a spad trying to explain to passengers that we ain't going to go nowhere for a little while. And thank you for passenger information systems, Matt. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, it's just nice to know where you're calling at now. Yes, I saw one of them the other day. Operated by Dovetail was a nice touch. Cheers, Dino. Thanks for stopping by, Maddie. It'll be morning streams during the week this week, as I am working late. I say late, they're practically night shifts, but... Right, here we go, flashing yellow time. Yeah, operated by Dovetail. Very, very good. Did I just see the traction sand light come on then? Could have sworn I just saw that come on then. I just didn't realise that the actual traction sand light came on its own when it was auto sanding. Hey, look, there we go. Hey! Might as well gun it as we know we got flashing yellows. Did you see that then, Olaf, or did you miss it? Oh. I've got to slow down that quickly, Lee. Stop being an idiot. So I'm getting giddy. Olaf, TGVs, braking sand. Yeah, if you don't throw the sand down while you're braking in a TGV, where you've actually thrown it all in, yeah. Throwing sand down does stop you quite quickly. Oh, yes. Flashing yellows, single yellow, route indicator. However, that signal should have been green with the route indicator. Blimey, how far up the platform we got to stop? Oh, we're 8 car. Maybe I was going too quick for it to pull off approach release, as Matt said. Be interesting to see what we get coming out of the loop, because at the moment both roads are going into a conflict point. Yeah. keep driving this like a bleeding 166. Well, hopefully it's not us, because there doesn't appear to be anything else behind us. I think they're standard Twitch emotes. Oh, main line's getting stopped. Right away, driver. Yeah, if you go into your Twitch settings, Olaf, you'll have a choice of monkeys or white smiley faces. And Matt chose cheeky monkeys. No comment. I will not make any comments unless my solicitor is present. Are we still on schedule to see the 465 quite soon after the release of this, Matt, or are you pushing it back to do some timetable stuff? On mute for a few minutes then, I think. See you later, Olaf. Have a good one, matey. Thanks for stopping by. This will be the final route of the final run of the night, guys and girls, as one does need to go to bed. I'm not sure if I was on mute when I asked the question, Matt, but will the 465 be replacing 375 services, or are they an additional set of services to run and make the line a little bit busier? Ah, I see. Rightio. Oh. And does it sound as good as I remember it in Train Sim? I'm hoping that a code for it gets thrown my way early so I can do some content on it. Sam already added me to the list of channels that are approved for being worked with, so fingers crossed I can... Yeah, I've spoken to him. I went grovelling to him, if I'm honest, because I'd upset him. Well, not upset him, but... when the fence gate fire was burning and I kept poking people and making them very angry. He didn't like to have to do all the moderating, so I had to say sorry. But thank you for that. Yeah, if I don't hear anything, I'll come and drop by a stream or something. Yeah, I can't wait for the 465 if I'm honest. Very underrated train. Pulled a couple of the 466 sets off along the North London line. What's so good about the 465? Well, for me, it just has. I have memories of a 465 from growing up, and that was the train on my local line. I used to live on the Sidcup line, and used to get it every day in London for work. It's good old-fashioned British rail engineering. I think it was the last proper unit. Yeah, the Metro Camel versions, the traction motors on them, which I think is what the 9 is, isn't it? The 4659. But it's just the sound. It accelerates rapidly. It pretty much worked in any condition. Oh. You've just made a grown man very happy, Matt. Armstrong Powerhouse's enhanced sound pack for the 465 was legendary for Train Sim. Oh. yeah, you could run it in snow. It wouldn't care, but it's a very solid unit. It's a very solid piece of engineering. But yeah, when you guys get to see it and drive it, you'll understand that there's a Kent route is not a Kent route without a 465 or a 466 pooling around somewhere on it. The distinctive look, the distinctive sound. Well, yeah, that's because it's... In my opinion, Matt, I hate these Electrostar units to drive, and the reason is the windscreen is nothing more than a bathroom mirror. It's a real struggle to see, whereas the 465 you have the nice double windscreen, like a proper driving cam, nothing with a gangway going through it. And the only thing that I think you could really do to this route, I know the era's slightly different now, but I'm pretty sure there could be a slam door rail tour. I know somebody that would let you go and scan and model a 4VEP, Matt. But yeah, that's the only way you could make this route. Yeah, well, if you do need to go and scan and take photos of one, give me a shout and I'll put you in touch with somebody. Well, you probably already know them anyway, so... Oh, slam door stock. Oh. As long as it was in Network Southeastern livery and not Connex. I have nightmares about Connex, even to this day. Yeah, or yeah, Network Southeast or BR Blue and Grey. Have one of those. Have a little N-gauge model of one of those that I run on my layout every now and again. I must admit, Matt, I do like the slight difference in the yellow used on this route for the yellow signals. Find it slightly easier to pick it up. Call the memories of slam door stock going into Cannon Street and Charing Cross where you had the door open before you'd even come to a stand. Oh, the memories. In the days before interlocking. Yes, Baked Bean Kid, there is. You've got your traditional 4-aspect colour signalling, and then you've got your French high-speed signalling, as the UK doesn't have its own high-speed signalling system. They've borrowed the French version. Right, this is the end of the line for us, Rochester. That's the LED signalling, Baked Bean Kid. So much easier to see than the old bulb signalling. Oh, you bugger of a game. Just let the points rack up. Oh, level 64 finally. That didn't work. Right, folks. That is me done for this evening. Unless anybody wants to see anything else before I go. I don't think I'm going to butcher any more high-speed services. But Matt, are you aware of the issue with the second driver on the 395s? Before I go, well, I've got you before I go. No, thank you for stopping by, Matt. Ah, right, yeah, so just literally, if you bring a service out of St Pancras and you enable all the security, the safety systems, and you then jump off at Faversham without keying them out, the service disappears off the map, comes back on, and they're all still live. Like literally, the driver's propelled it into Faversham. So when you go and take power at the other end, it immediately drops the brake because the AWS and TPWS goes over the red magnet and thinks you spadded, although it doesn't spad. It doesn't fail. But that's why I was 20 minutes late. We were trying to troubleshoot and figure it out. But yeah, key was in, driver was in the chair, DSD and AWS were going berserk in the cab. If you whisper me your email address, Matt, I'll sit and do it while I'm watching the Super Bowl. It was with any service as well, because it's done it to me offline, as like when I'm not on stream. Or do you want me just to send it to you on the forums? It's all over the forums as well, Matt, in the technical reports. It has been reported. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of it, as you are the man. Oh, excuse me. Excellent, Matt. Okay, well, thanks everybody for dropping by, and I shall see you all on tomorrow morning around about 10:30 for a short one. I say a couple of hours before I have to think about going and driving a real train. Thank you for the follow, JP. Much appreciated. But yeah, good evening, everybody. Have a great evening, whatever you decide to do. Oh, cheers for the follow, Matt. I thought you already followed.